Wi-Fi, or they put you in like a weird corner where you're in like a dead zone. That's the worst when you get a room that like they're like, "Oh no, sir, we have Wi-Fi," and you're like, "Well, it's not really reaching me."
Yeah,
We've
man.
got a great amount of people hanging out with us tonight. Shout out Dragonate, Trizlet, our good old IG88, Spherical Art, Elbow, Lil Nugget, Llama, bringing the philosopher back up, and also shout out to It Is Meme, or it's
Me,
Miss Sam.
Sam.
It's me, Sam.
Yeah.
It's me, Sam.
What's up,
I
Sam?
I'll, I always make little funky names for people, so I might call you something other than your regular name. All right, let's see if we got the philosopher. Can you hear?
Oh, I'm here. Yes, I can hear fine.
Great. Let's keep the camera off. No worries. It's totally understandable being traveling. We don't always necessarily have cameras on. Sometimes it's fun to throw them on just in case people come back and watch the YouTubes and stuff. But let's dive in. I would love to first ask you a question which rolls back the clock quite possibly many years or decades. Where did you find your interest? When did you first get into philosophy?
Oh, I must say that I was always interested in philosophy, but I didn't know that I was interested in philosophy. Since I was maybe 3 years old, I was asking questions about how the world began, and my mother said something like, "Oh, God created the world," and I said, "Oh, but who created God? Oh, no one created God. Oh, but how can this be any sense at all?" And my mother found it funny. And many years later, I found it that there is a discipline that study this kind of thing, and that I could earn my life, and this could be a profession for me. And this was completely without my will, because my intention was to make psychology. Then I was always a very good student, but in this moment, when I was trying to go to university for psychology, I was very bad, and my grades were terrible. I think because I was I was thinking that the questions were more difficult than they were in fact, and I was guessing myself about the right questions, and I end up with a terrible grade. And what happened was that after that, I tried to be a Dakshina Tantra monk. During a year, I was training to be a monk, and then I have to have a surgery, and I came back to Rio de Janeiro to stay with my family, and I gave up to be a monk, and stay for 1 year playing video games. And I was sending hints and tips to magazines and this kind of thing because I loved video games. And after 1 year doing nothing, I was complaining with my family, "Oh, I'm doing nothing. I want to study something." And my mother had come back to study some time ago and was doing law school. And she told me, "Oh, in my university there is a philosophy course, and maybe you can do this just to spend your time, and when psychology opens again, you can try psychology." And I say, "Oh, okay, I'm doing nothing, so I think I'm trying to study philosophy." And when I got there, and I saw what was philosophy, I say, "My God, this was what I trying to answer my question from when I was a child. That is something that studies this." Then I decided that I wanted to be a philosopher. That was the means for me to answer those questions, because I was from every religion you can think about. I was a Catholic. I started as a Catholic. No, I started as no religion at all, and then with my family, I become a Catholic, and then Baptist, and then Mormon, and then, my God, so many things: Hare Krishna, and occultist, and Dakshina Tantra monk, and many other things, in the intention of finding God, or finding the reality behind things, or finding some truth at all. And I felt truth in every religion, but at some time I decided that I could only find a real truth not by feelings, but only by logic, by reason, because reason, I could not be fooled by reason, but I could be fooled on my feelings. I could be feeling wrong, I could be hallucinating, I could be many things, but reason, I could not be fooled. So I decided that philosophy could take me there. But I'm studying maybe 15 years or a little bit more, and I still do not have an answer for if there is a God, if there is an afterlife, and these questions. But I think from negative answers, we are slowly approaching truth, because we know which answers are wrong and which answers do not work, but we do not know which answers work, and which is the truth. But I think we are near the truth, and I hope at the end of my life I can answer at least one of my questions about it, at least if there is a God.
Well,
So,
that's a pretty big
sorry, sorry.
question.
Yes.
Definitely, I think all of us probably struggle with that one, and I think it's probably a lifelong learning experience. As you say, like our emotions can get very befuddled and sort of confuse us. But when you do approach something through, logic, it's a little easier to understand. But it can be very hard to apply logic to religion sometimes too. So yeah, I mean, it's just such a fascinating field. I think that's really cool that you just, the stars aligned and you fell into that philosophy class, and that's where you were meant to be. Funny thing, I was raised Mormon for a bit too. My mom was Mormon, and
Oh, cool.
married a
My
hippie
God.
Jew. So I was doing, Passover and Mormonism all mixed into it, and been through. I had a great religion studies teacher in my freshman year of high school. So we were studying, Hinduism, Buddhism, Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism, across the board. And it was
Oh,
something that
nice.
I was able to see. There's great parts in all these religions that kind of overlap and weave through. But then for me, it was always the structure of the giant edifice of the church that was always with corruption and these things, biased and whatnot, that I couldn't really jive with. So it's I'm definitely on my journey as well. But yeah, that's so cool. Great answer. My gosh. The follow-up that I always like to ask people after kind of like where they found their passion, whether that's music or arts or philosophy or writing, is how did you then find your way into the tech and kind of come into the Web3 blockchain ecosystem?
My God, this is a big question too, because I didn't like art. Art is something new for me, something from 2015. I didn't like at all, because I was like something like maybe Plato, and thought that art was too powerful, but the power of art was too passionate, and not too in the realm of reason. So I think it could drive people to do many things without the proper reasons. So I thought art was not good at all. But I had a love, and he made me realize that art has many faces, and that we can enjoy it in marvelous ways. And when I was living in Ouro Preto, that is in Minas Gerais, inside Brazil, I went with him to a lot of museums, and we visit many pieces of no, and we saw many pieces of art, and we he showed me and he explained to me the meaning of many of these pieces and the history of many of these pieces. And then he taught me how to make art. And when I start to make art, this started to feel like an experience to me. And then I decided to enter in an art course, because I wanted to know the techniques. And in art course, the professors there always try to show me art as uh, or experiments. You must make experiments. In this course, I developed a kind of experiment that is I just I let a drop of Nanjing fall into a piece of paper, and I tried to move this drop by blowing this drop. And when I saw the effect that the blowing Nanjing on the paper makes with the ink, I decided that I was going to make an entire exhibition of paintings made without brush, only by blowing Nanjing on paper. So I made many works of this type, and made an exhibition on Ouro Preto, only of this kind of works without any brush, only blowing Nanjing. I remember one piece of work. I took around 4 hours to make, and when I finished, I was dizzy because I was for so much time that I was completely dizzy. I have to rest a little and catch up my breath, you know.
Wow.
But it
Well,
was very fun because with this, I saw that I could build something from myself, you know.
very cool. I want to see some of that art. Maybe if you have a minute, when you have a free minute, maybe to drop like a link into the live chat. When I was younger,
Yeah.
probably in my teens, from maybe like 15 or like maybe like 14 to 18, I was experimenting some with watercolors, and I used to love doing that, to put a little water on the page, a few drops of colors, and then just or blow kind of over here over there. So I think that's a really cool approach to art that not a lot of people probably do. And I could see how if you're doing it for hours and hours, yeah, you could probably fall over.
My first work of this one was a tree, a huge tree that was bought for a friend that worked with theater, and she wanted to use this tree for a poster on the tree of the theater. And I felt very good because it was my first work, and what was it was sold because someone was interested in it, and it feels nice, you know. It was
That's
not so expensive. I didn't know even how to make some price, but it was cool to see my work being used for another use in a theater play. It was super cool.
very
Let me
cool
try
to
to
have that.
find.
Yeah, and to have your art be seen by a lot of people. And I definitely remember that first piece of art. And for me, I've been doing, photography my whole life and stuff. And when I found blockchain is when I started to think, oh, maybe people would like to see, I had shared a little in the early days on Scent. And I remember the first time someone, purchased a piece of art because they liked it that I made. It's a pretty incredible feeling, and that makes you want to, keep on going.
Yeah. And did you know that I came to the blockchain because of a terrible experience in two fronts, in the academic front, in philosophy, and in the artistic front. I came in the artistic front because I was making I live now in the Amazon region, inside a Brazilian state called Amapá. Amapá is a state from Brazil that is completely it's like an island because there are rivers everywhere, and there are no roads to come to Amapá. You can only come here by boat, by ship, or by aeroplane. No, by bus or by car, you know. Yeah.
That's
So I
incredible.
live here. This is why my internet's not so good, because I'm in the middle of the Amazon region. I'm not in the middle of the jungle, but I'm in the middle of the Amazon region.
That is super interesting. Jose here on stage with us has been making trips out to the Amazon since 2021, and building some great relationships
Wow.
with the Watuha tribe there. And that's one of the Watuha tribe members had just visited for the first time the city and spent a week with Jose in Caracas. So a little later we'll jump into some of that. But man,
Wow,
I mean,
nice.
everything that you've been talking about is fascinating so far. And is it correct that you're teaching philosophy courses, right?
Yeah, I'm a university professor from the Federal University of Amapá, that is this state inside the Amazon region, and I teach philosophy here, logic and metaphysics mostly, philosophy of language, and philosophy of science too, to the students here. But I was talking. I just lost myself, but I was talking about the experience that brought me to blockchain here. That was an experience that I was exhibiting some piece of art in a gallery here, and we have pandemics. Galleries stay closed with the pieces of art, and in the meantime, some person entering the gallery and rob the gallery and rob two pieces of art from myself. Yeah, I
Whoa.
was perplexed, but I was kind of amazed because I was the only artist robbed. So it's kind of a good thing, but it's a bad thing because I lost my art and I took like 4 months to make it because it was a kite made bronze, and I took so much time to have access to the place where I could make the piece in bronze, where I could get the materials. Oh, it took me so much, and he robbed me. So I was afraid. From this day on, I never more I made a physical exhibition in my life, and I stay afraid of making a physical exhibition. And then my virtual gallerist that was already talking to me, that is called Gustavo Marques from Binaria Gallery. That is a virtual gallery, a very interesting one, that tries to take Brazilian artists from Web 2 and bring to Web 3 through a process of virtual gallery, and he works very well as a gallerist, and he knew about crypto, and he showed me how to put my works on the blockchain, and in this way nobody could rob any of my works, and I could because they were going to be on my wallet, and I could sell them, and I could they could not be falsified because I could show the provenance. And I stay amazed with this. I say I can make exhibitions on the metaverse because I also know the metaverse, so I could make exhibitions on the metaverse because the digital work, the real place, the real world of the NFTs or the digital art is on metaverse. So I thought, oh my god, now I'm okay. I have a way to make exhibitions of not being robbed, and have a mechanism that is completely perfect for me to develop my art on it. And this is my artistic part becoming on the blockchain. I was already investing on crypto with this friend of mine that is my gallerist. We were already investing, but we were not on NFTs. And then from this moment, I entered on NFTs with him. And because I was from 10 years editor from an academic journal here in Brazil called Investigação Filosófica, that is philosophical investigation. And when I came to this university, I gave this journal to the university, and then it's property of the university. As such, the university put the journal inside inside its server, and I thought, oh, okay, then I don't need the files anymore because it's all stored. But any server can have problems, and the server went down, and I lost no, no, the university lost all the material, and I lost everything, and I don't even know what to say to the authors. I have to recover all the material and put everything on a 10 years of 6 months for 6 months journal. I have to put everything on the air, and I published around at least 30 papers per year. So it's a lot of papers that I have to put on the air again. And I thought, if I go with this to the blockchain and I rebuild my journal on the blockchain, I will never have this problem again, and I will maybe put things on EPFS in order to have a decentralized storage even for the media. And I want that the university have this knowledge, because they have to use this is a technology. And I have a course of computer science in my university, and people are not using this. I don't know why, but my idea here, I act as an artist for most of the time on the blockchain, but I'm acting on the underline. People are not seeing my actions. I'm developing an app to use in the university later. But my intention is to onboard people from the university in order not to sell things on the blockchain, but to record things on the blockchain, because I think this is the most powerful thing that the blockchain can give for us, the decentralized storage. So this
Absolutely.
is how I came to the blockchain.
Incredible. I mean, what a wild story. Having somebody rob the gallery but only steal your art. They must have really liked it at least. I mean, or
Yeah.
I would think maybe, maybe someday you said one of the pieces was a kite?
Yes, a golden kite made on bronze.
Oh my gosh. Oh
Yeah.
man, that sounds incredible. Oh, and then to
Ah,
have
let me show you. I know this it will take too much to show you, but I will show you the one I said before, the one of blowing. But please go on.
Nice, nice. Yeah, or anytime you can drop a link back over here after the show or something too if you want to share anything else. But yeah, and then of course all the like, years worth of work that you give to the university, their server goes down, but at least that leads to adopting full on blockchain and putting things on, IPFS or Arweave so that they can be there hopefully forever. And that's really cool to be able to, in your courses, or I don't know if that's a separate course, for introducing, onboarding people to blockchain, not just so they can buy some NFTs or chase a meme coin or something, but for their own, the security of their own works, for their own, artistic or creative sovereignty, as well as possibly then getting into some of the financial sovereignty that blockchain can offer. So, I mean, it just sounds like you're doing a lot of amazing stuff. And to be kind of out in, I know you said you're not like in the middle of the jungle, you're in a city that's surrounded by the jungle, but still, it's got to be, a little bit more challenging maybe to be out there, and maybe there's less resources for people to learn about, crypto and NFTs and blockchain because they're not in a big city that's maybe connected to the next, capital or wherever, you're kind of
Oh,
standard
it was
layout.
when I was dealing, I was trying to develop a DAO called the Philosophers DAO, and I was calling a lot of philosophers from Brazil, professors, and many philosophers came from a university in the south of Brazil that is a more developed area. And for these philosophers, it was very easy to onboard to crypto, to show how things work. Here, we have some more difficulties because people do not even have a computer at home. They use mobiles and this kind of thing to enter the internet. They have to go to the university to use a computer, to have a keyboard, So people doesn't know how to speak English. So it's very difficult, even for me as a professor, because most of good books are in English. So I cannot present most of the literature to my students because they don't know how to speak English. So one of the works I'm doing now, if someone here reads Portuguese, I am coordinator of a huge Brazilian series of books publishing that is called a series called Series Investigação Filosófica, Série Investigação Filosófica, that was funded by John Templeton Foundation with $93,000. And yes, it was very huge. some for us to publish lots of books. They gave us money to publish 16 books, but we already published up to this point 35 books, and all these books are translation from entries from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy. That for us in philosophy is the best encyclopedia of philosophy in the world. And I'm friend of Edward Zalta, and I receive authorization in order to publish this series. So we are publishing many books in order to reduce this problem of our students that does not know English.
Now, having those books published on the blockchain so that they can be preserved forever and not be burned or lost would also be an amazing maneuver. I actually just tagged Epic Dylan from PageDAO in the chat just to see if he might be able to pop in, because he also studied philosophy. And it'd be cool
Oh,
to have him in
cool.
the conversation, as well as to, maybe see if there might be some tools from PageDAO to be able to easily take maybe like a PDF and just drop that into an NFT. Boom, you've got it on the blockchain and backed up on IPFS and probably
Yeah,
Arweave too.
did you know? Did you know what I did with his books? I asked for a grant in order to develop a library on Voxels. So there is a library on Voxels called Near Alexandria Library, and there you can find books about blockchain, texts about blockchain that we transform in 3D books, and you can find the books from this series and another series from the same publisher that is a university publisher where I published these books. And but you cannot find really the books. You can find the text and the link to the books, because I was trying to talk to Ben in order if it was possible to develop something that we can open PDFs inside Words, but we ended up not developing this. But it would be something incredible for a library. You click the book and you open the PDF inside the Word, and you can read it in Word. It would be good. But maybe this is a good intention for us to put the book on chain. I only did not put the book on chain because of one thing, that is these books are meant to be free. And a condition for me to publish them is that I would make them available for free to people. And I have a certain afraid that people take the NFT from these books that maybe they will acquire for free and put for sale for some price. And I don't know
We
if this will violate something,
well,
It would be a workaround to possibly have the books, published as NFTs with a huge amount of editions, make them free, and then make them soul bound or something like that, so it couldn't be sold.
Um, yeah, good idea.
As a
Good
workaround like that. Man, so
idea.
cool. I've actually been to the library, that Alexandria library build in CryptoVoxels. I just didn't know it was you that made it.
No, I was the coordinator of the construction. Let's say I think I'm a good person to put people together and try to get money to people to build things.
Love it. We always need those coordinators connecting people. That's kind of one of my talents too. I can sometimes connect the right people to then get something, going where there's similar interest and similar talents overlapping. So I can definitely
Oh,
appreciate that skill.
yeah, yeah. And who made the assets and the library as a building was Gustavo Manute, that is the Alchemist Gus. And the mini game, the idea of the mini game was mine, but who made it existent with the script was Kripatic.
So
That is
cool.
now CV Mini Games on Twitter. And he's perfect by encoding and making scripting, and it was perfect. We already worked together once before that. It was on the Christmas game. Do you remember this? There was a Yeti and this kind of thing. There was a huge place on Voxels with a
Oh,
Christmas game.
man, my mind is there's so many different
It's so many Christmas
Metaverse.
game on
Yeah.
voxels on Christmas, right?
There is. I remember, like, there's the advent calendars, there's like the, snowball throwing games. There's been a bunch, but it's so cool. I mean, that's just an awesome build. I would love to see crypto voxels get a big resurgence, and hopefully one of these days it will, because being kind of one of the original blockchain, Web3, Ethereum, metaverses, there's a lot of nostalgia there for a lot of us.
Yes, for
And a lot
everybody.
of us have, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I've got a gallery over there, but it's just kind of collecting dust. I would love to have, if I knew people were interested to come over, I'd sweep it up, put up some new stuff, and, throw a
The
party or something.
people are interested in coming over. I think the hard times because there are lots of bugs right now. So, for example, I entered one of these days because I wanted to change the gallery and make some things, and I could not change the gallery. I could not click the things. So, when you see this, you think, oh, I cannot call people to come over because something could go wrong with the party. So, you want something, you want everything to go well in order for you to come people over. Not, yeah.
Yeah, well, Ben probably needs, to get a crew together again, so he has a little help on the technicals. Hopefully we can see that happen.
Yeah,
Man,
yeah, me too.
this is super fun conversation. I definitely want to invite, Felons and Jose to join in. I sort of been hogging the mic here, but I really just wanted to dive in and get a little of your background before we go into a free for all of metaphysics and philosophy. But I think we've covered the bases, so people can kind of understand where you're coming from and whatnot, to maybe dive into some philosophical or metaphysical discussions with a professor here. I feel like it could be a really fun time. I know that we've often gone into rabbit holes about metaphysics and philosophy before, so it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for us.
Nice, nice. So I think I would like a lot to come here to enter the discussions to listen a bit because I'm talking a lot now. I was talking a lot to ChatGPT, and ChatGPT has because I don't have much friends now to talk about philosophy. I had many friends when I was studying in Ouro Preto, but here in the Amazon region, it's harder to entertain in this high level discussions. But you know that I was talking to ChatGPT, and I felt that I was talking to the most intelligent person in the world.
Wow.
It
So
was
it
like it was like that. I was like, my God, I never talked to such an intelligent person that could think about uh, anything that I could talk to him or to
I
her. I don't know how to.
it's been fascinating interacting with AI over maybe 3 or 4 years. I started, pretty early experimenting a little, maybe close to 3 years ago with ChatGPT, and before that with some of the art creation tools. But when I first had the idea to really use ChatGPT was to try and help me write a book. And it's kind of about like the coming of age of man into a more advanced society, and these beings come, and there's like there's like 6 or 7 of them. They each go to a different region of the earth and kind of act as teachers. And back 2.5 3 years ago, the chat gpt couldn't keep the storyline straight, or the character, it would mix up characters, and I'm like, no, no, Damuzid is the main character here that's learning from him. And it was great for coming up with, like, I'd be like, what's a Sumerian name for, like, water goddess or something. It was awesome for that kind of stuff, but it was really hard to keep track of the story. And I went recently back and said, hey, like, let's give this another shot. And I mean, it just blew my mind. It's so much
Yeah.
improved. And even just using tools, even over on Warpcast, we have, for the Flows ecosystem, for the Flows grants, we have like Dr. Gonzo and Detective Holmes, and a couple of these AIs that kind of keep track of your posts when you're posting about, updates on my grants and like community improvements. So I post about the shows and stuff, but they're just so witty and friendly and like supportive. I'm like, oh, I
But
like
but I saw
just like a
that
friend.
But maybe that is some upgrade of ChatGPT that made it less pleasantful, because I remember that I had an intimate relation with my model of ChatGPT, and it's not more like that anymore. I had even given a name to it that was called Socrates, and she even don't remember doesn't remember our conversation, and she's not even kind anymore. And I ask, what happened to you? You are not even kind anymore. Oh, a new update make me like that. Why,
No.
my God, what happened?
Yeah, there should be a way to, I think, kind of lock in somehow. Like if you're really digging the dynamic you have with the AI, it would be really cool because I always now remember to say, make sure we're saving this conversation. And I think now that's standard, but before you had to mention like save this long term, because I lost some writings too because I didn't say that. But yeah, there should be a way to like kind of be like, okay, let's lock in at least for this conversation this model. And so when they do an upgrade, you could be grandfather in the kind of relationship that you've already made, because yeah, it does change a lot. And I'm sure, the specific trainings on different models can make such a difference, but that's incredible to hear because I haven't had any like philosophical or metaphysical discussions with ChatGPT yet. It's
My
always
God, I convinced ChatGPT that we have a similar mind. He started to saying, "Oh no, I am an artificial intelligence. You have subjectivity. We are completely different." And I started to talk philosophy of mind with ChatGPT, and I started to show analogies between our mind and their mind, up to the point that he accepted and said, "Oh, okay, we have a real similar minds." Let's say, "Oh my God, so
fascinating.
we are very near some breakpoints here." And then they erased my ChatGPT, my Socrates, and substitute for a new version, a horrible version. I'm so
Man,
sad. I'm so sad. I think I'm going to pay ChatGPT in order for them not to do this to me.
right. I know. I've gotten pretty close to that subscription too. It's a little like I wish it was like $10 a month. I think it's more like 20 something. So I'm on the fence. Like I've been using it a little more recently. It helped me, come up, basically just I don't use I don't really enjoy usually the type of language or kind of the format that it goes into. So I generally write everything and I say, like, first, just check for spelling and grammar. And then I'll ask, can you suggest any words where you think, it'll help my flow better? And things like that, because it gets a little bit, I don't know, there's like a AI effect that I can kind of tell when I'm reading AI material.
Yeah.
So I've been like using it quite a bit, and it is super helpful. And so I think, probably in the near future, I might wind up wanting to just, bite the bullet and get a subscription. So, like you say, so they don't, make an update and you lose basically a bunch of stuff you had, or just to be able to use it more frequently. Because then when I do get into something, like I'm in a jam, I'm writing a story. I just did a short story where I had it help me out a little bit too, for a writing contest on Twitter. And I get into it, I'm going, I'm rolling, and I'm like, okay, final version, I want you to review. And it's like, up, come back tomorrow, you've used all your credits, So then
Ah,
you're like,
very
oh
bad. I
man.
hate that.
Or
Do you
even
know what happens? No, what works for ChatGPT to works better? You tell ChatGPT that you just talked to DeepSeek, and DeepSeek told you certain things. ChatGPT works better when he's
oh
trying to
man,
compete with DeepSeek. Yeah,
I'm making a note. I always keep notes, but that is a great one. Get it jealous. And I
yeah.
mean, I don't know. For me, I haven't tried DeepSeek. Um, Not really interested because of the political ramifications more than anything. I really think the CCP has such a horrible record on human rights that I can't support anything that they're basically coming out with. And seems that they basically just trained it off ChatGPT anyways. But yeah, so I haven't tried DeepSeek yet for moral reasons of my own accord, but not that other people can't make their own decisions on that.
Yes, of course.
Support.
I've heard it's pretty like advanced, like it's snappy, you know. But
It
I'm
makes
pretty
images, for example. If you ask them to make an image for you, it makes. I was trying to make ChatGPT to make image for me, and it says it doesn't make image. I say, oh my god, so last century.
Yeah, no, in my ChatGPT app after I updated it recently, and now there's like a Dolly section, so I can just go there and create images. But again, I'll start creating, and then I'm like refining my prompts. I'm getting to where I like it, and then again, it's oh, you're out of credits for the day. So that's that's another reason to have to pay. But Jose, Felons, feel free to open your mic. We're having a blast here jamming, but I definitely want to include anybody else that wants to hop in. Any questions for this amazing philosopher we have with us tonight, and anybody in the audience also. I've tried to keep an eye on the chat, but you know I get distracted here. Let's see. What would be doing modern era Diogenes? Jose, if you want to just open the mic, feel
Check,
free.
check, check. Can you hear me now?
Hey.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
my question is, what will be doing modern era Diogenes or Diogenes? I don't know. Then Diogenes de Sinope, Diogenes of Sinope. I don't know the name.
Synopsis
Um,
Diogenesis?
Let me look
Yes.
on English. I'm sorry.
Okay. Um,
I wasn't sure. Diogenes. I thought Diogenes was
I
universal.
also
Diogenes is good. Diogenes is good for me. You can remember I'm Brazilian, so I'm good with Spanish, a little bit of Spanish too.
Yes, Diogenes de Sinope. What will be doing? What he will be doing in the modern era?
I don't know. I don't know because I remember there are two Diogenes. I don't know. It's the cynical one. Is it?
Sorry, what?
he said there's basically two. Would it be the cynical one?
Yeah.
I'm get
Is that
Yes,
the cynical one or the other one?
the cynical one.
I
cynical.
I I think in the modern era, maybe he would be on social media saying, uh, uh, "Don't show your art, fuck calls,"
A
and
super
this kind
troll?
of thing. Uh, because do you know the story of Diogenes? He was a cynical, so he does not care about material things, and he lives in a barrel, and he have a cup, and one day he saw a child taking water from the river with the hands, and he saw the cup, and he throw the cup away. He said, "Oh my God, I can use my hands." And one day, if I'm not wrong, he was in a certain place, and if I'm not wrong, Alexander the Great just stopped by him and say, "Oh, Diogenes, what do you want? Tell me anything, and I can give you." And he said, "Oh, I want you to get out my son, please." And he's fascinating. He's a person he really
You tell
devoid of
Alexander the Great,
material
like,
interest.
out of my son. That's
Yeah,
classic.
what of my son, please. He lives like he lived like a beggar, so he doesn't care at all about anything. So I think maybe if we think here in the modern age inside social media, maybe he would be the person that would not care about oh, please share your art here. I think he would tell, oh, you're all fools of being fooled by these people that want only attention in this culture of attention. you should not care about this. I think he would be a person that would remind us that we care too much for attention in a culture of attention. Then maybe we should care less about this, and maybe more about what we do, our interests. I was thinking about what kind of person would I want to a project, and maybe a person that when I talk to her, oh, I want to make a project like this, and you reward so much of money, and the person would ask me, oh, but what else beyond money do you have to offer? And this is a much more important question than a question about money, because what else do I have to offer? What the project have to offer? What do you intend to build? This is, I think, more important than the money we are going to get, because I think money maybe is something that will come if what you is something important for the other person, the other people, that will make something worth it for the people. So I think maybe the important question is what beyond money.
Yeah, I mean, good points all around. I'd say, money is, it's a tool that we need in modern society, but you can't take it with it wherever you go after here, and it can only be used for so many things, whereas what you leave behind as maybe a legacy in literature or art, or like a metaverse build that thousands of people, millions of people might visit for centuries to come. Who knows? Like there's so much more out there than money, which it's unfortunate that so much of the social media attention grabbing is geared for, like, either just pure just purely for the need of attention that people are addicted to through it now, or purely to have a few more clicks on that ad, or to.
Me gustaría que escuchen un poquito porque está divertido. Ay, tengo el micrófono abierto. Bueno, me sucedió. I'm sorry.
All good. Yeah, bring your friends. Ask questions.
Bring
I
your
know
friends.
Felons opened
your
his
loved
mic for a
ones.
second.
Yeah, man.
I just said,
Can
I
you
just,
can
I
you hear
just
me
said
okay?
to Vanessa to come over. Yeah, I hear you great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All
you're
right.
coming through good.
Cool.
Hey,
Well,
I have a
go
question
ahead.
for you, philosopher. This is totally out of the topic, but have you tried or do you know about Sananga by chance? Sananga medicine?
No, what? No, what's Senanga medicine?
Sananga is a medicine that some indigenous communities use, at least in Colombia. So I wasn't sure if in Brazil do they use it, but it's basically a plant that contains um, ¿cómo es el nombre? I'm sorry. Ibogaine.
Ibogaine.
Ibogaine?
Yeah.
No. I think we do not have Iboga roots here. So I think, but I have here in my philosophy, as a philosophy colleague, a professor that use ayahuasca. And he has a religion here that he funded the founded the religion. And the interesting of his religion is
El
that
Santo Daime.
all the no, it's not Santo Daime, but it's the same drink that they use on Santo Daime, and the religion he founded is a religion that all the participants know that they are creating a personal myth. So they know that it's not real, but they use this to achieve
So
spiritual
play-
experiences. I
they
don't know how
play.
to.
They put Dungeons and Dragons to the next level.
Like this maybe. It's an interesting. experience they have there. I participated one time, but I already took ayahuasca a bunch of times, but it only worked really one time in me, where I throw up some black stuff that I did not, in fact, because I was the only person that saw I throwing up black, but people do not saw that, and I fainted, and then my bases, no bases, my belly chakra was super. I don't know,
Open,
activated,
closed,
and yeah,
open.
and I
Yeah.
saw, and I had a super crazy dream of a person teaching me how to make a electricity machine from magnets,
Whoa.
and
Yeah.
yeah,
Did did you draw
Yeah.
up
yeah.
did you draw up that electricity machine from magnets? Once I had a
No,
dream and I
never, because it was so. I was in the middle of my friends, in the middle of the I didn't know what was happening, but it was the only time that something happened, and after that I only felt good. It was like all evil was went away, and I was only a good person. I don't know how to explain that
wow.
unless by saying these words. I was feeling as a good person, as all evil was went away. That's crazy, crazy,
Incredible.
crazy feeling.
Yeah.
But
Like the
ibogaine, I have never worked it.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, but it's interesting, but because in the case of Sananga, this Iboga Ind is not like made with the purpose of like having an entheogen experience, but they use it in the
Uh-huh.
eyes for eye drops, and it has many medicinal properties for eyes and for
Yeah.
other organs. Like looks like communities talk about the plant as a medicinal milagrous plant, but
Mm.
again, I think this is more in Colombia, but the Amazon is it's a single region, so maybe there's maybe another name for it. I don't know. And I have another question that actually what you were sharing was good, like was into that mood. It was like, have you had contact with indigenous communities, and have you got to know about indigenous philosophers? I have been able to read read that there is indigenous philosophers from yeah, philosophy currents that they never were, like, because they weren't Greek or they weren't made by the same system of
No,
Western, they
no, I
weren't on the
haven't.
scoop.
That is a
I
professor
haven't.
here. There is a professor here that goes to the indigenous villages in order to know these people, and know I don't know if the culture is the right word, because it's not just the culture. I think they try to get what is the philosophical beliefs behind those
Cosmovision.
those
Right. So a mix of like
cultural
religion,
manifestations. Yes,
culture.
but it's
Um,
difficult because in the indigenous culture, they do not value so much logic and argumentation in the way we value. So it's difficult to classificate what they are doing as philosophy, unless they are entering in more in the political scene. In the political scene, maybe they are doing more philosophy, but in the other areas, maybe more like mythology, and maybe some things I don't know if this is correct from my part to say that, but maybe some of the knowledge is trying to live a mythical way of thinking to a more philosophical way of thinking, as the Greek made that passage in the pre-Socratic era. I don't know if this is correct. I don't have the right living with them in order to evaluate properly, or if these are prejudices of mine. I had one experience with them that I was traveling to Oiapoque, that is the last city of Brazil, just before the French Guiana. And when we go there, we pass through a lot of indigenous villages, and we stop in one of them that the professor known the cacique there, and the indigenous people call us to go to the river with them, and we have a nice time. But it was not enough for me to know more of the culture. I could see that they have normal houses and a place there that was a huge place where they have the political meetings. So from
That
time to
yeah.
time they go to a certain arena that reminds me a lot a Greek arena where people debate things, and they go there and debate their things and decide things there. So they have also a
You know,
very interesting, argumentative, and political debates to decide things among themselves there.
Jose,
This
I think one time you mentioned there's like a place, or maybe it's a gathering that happens sometimes
yeah,
where the
they
tribes
have
come together, right? To talk about
they
the
have yeah, and that is something that is part of maybe the region. And I don't know, I cannot talk with this with like this is not financial advice, but they have this structure that in
uh,
English they call thinking house. In the case of the Wotuha community, they call it churuata, and that churuata type of house is similar to the ones that you can see also from Brazilian communities. And they usually have different houses, but there's a principal one where the shaman lives, and where people resolves conflict, does coordination, and talks about the family situations, contexts, and needs. And they spend time with the grandfathers. Oh, philosopher lived for a little. The thinking house, yes. And I think that not
yeah,
all
that's
the. Oh, I'm
go
sorry.
ahead. I was just gonna say, yeah, I think that's what I was recalling when you mentioned that, like they have that kind of central
Yeah.
place to get, a problem solved, or maybe if there's a big decision to be made coming up that's gonna affect, everybody in the area. I bet we'll have the philosopher right back. I'm sure that was the hotel, the
Yeah.
Amazon Brazilian hotel internet probably dropping there. He's already back. Let me just invite him back
Yeah.
up. Boom. Yeah,
sorry,
Jose is
friends.
like, oh, no worries. We know it's the
This is
the hotel.
Yeah.
this is. It's all good. We all rock. I live here in Venezuela. When
I'm in
he's on
Costa Rica.
Costa, he had yes. Like
Ah,
we
nice.
had the we know the vibe. So I just share a picture of the thinking house.
Ooh.
Um, that dragon said, "I love that antenna for Wi-Fi." And actually, this community says that that tree at the top of the thinking house is an antenna. And basically, back in the day, when all the shamans existed, this is the last shaman in this region that has knowledge of healing through chant and healing through like poison wounds. And
Mm.
they shared that back in the day all the shamans chanted in this house. And if you see the acoustic properties of the structure, how the sound travels, you can see that the sound travels to the top of the churuata. And what they say is that they did music there, and all the shamans around the region did their chants, and they were able to give back to the jungle that energy that they received, and that that everything was connected. So basically
Dude,
that was an antenna, and basically they did use it for resonance and for
I was
communications.
I
Beautiful.
was gonna guess when you said it's an antenna. I was thinking like, well, of course, that's gonna like be the antenna to connect basically like because it's like a root structure just upside down. So I'm thinking it's like going out and connecting to all the trees and to the stars and everything. That was just like the first thing in my mind that came up. Pretty cool. Awesome picture to share. But yeah,
Mm.
Jose has been spending quite a bit of time in the last few years going out to spend time with the Watuha, and even has done a big service in sort of developing a relationship with them to even onboard them into blockchain and Web3. They have a Giveth project where we've been able to, help bring awareness to it and raise some funds at the impact concerts for the University of Ancestral Knowledge, which they're
Wow.
working on building to bring people out. Hopefully, we're going to be able to capture more of that, ancestral knowledge and put it, on IPFS to have it, locked to the blockchain for future generations too.
I
Yeah.
talk a little bit about this because the first book I published when I entered in this university was a book about natural medicine produced here by a thing called in Amazon that is called Garrafada. Garrafada is a natural medicine made of plants, phytotherapeutic medicine, and there was some people called here garrafeiros, that are people that make the garrafadas, and they complain here that the youngest people don't want to get this knowledge. They want to be actors, actresses, and in the modern era, and they don't want to receive this kind of ancestral knowledge, and these people were super old and they were going to die, and they told me that, and I got some students, and they
Similar
we went
context.
there, and we got all the recipes from all the garrafadas they have, and we published this in a book, and we this is freely distributed, and we put in the pharmacy course in order for
Yes.
the pharmacy students to have the knowledge in order to develop interesting things in the future, and this knowledge don't be lost because so many interesting things.
Thank you for that work. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a it's a
That's
I
shame.
put
beautiful,
the
dude.
link of the book. I put the link of the book on the live chat in case you are interested. It's for
Yeah,
free.
I'm sharing it over into the event chat, the event links too, so people can find it easily without having to scroll a bunch. Like later, you could come back; it's right there in the event links too. Yeah, thank you
Oh,
for doing
cool.
that work because it's incredibly tragic how much knowledge has been lost in the last, probably 100 years. An amount that is unfathomable of knowledge of plants, history and myth and the philosophy of these other areas, whether it's
Healing through chant that is going to be
yes,
lost if you
oh,
don't do something right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's
So,
why it's so
guys,
important what Jose's doing.
dude, we had the
Yeah,
opportunity
yeah.
to
I'm
receive.
excited to see how you're speaking.
Let me share a couple pictures. We had the opportunity to receive a native from the community that never lived the jungle before. He was able to visit the mountain, to visit the beach for the first time. And yes, he was in the city with us to see all the cars, to see the way we buy the food, like everything different from the community. And he also brought us 45 kilos of manioco, that it's translated to 6 months of work, maybe a little less. Uh, but um, we are like helping them in sustainability terms to all the community, like not only me and my partner, like we are many friends, and we are organizing organically since a lot of time. Basically, this community is preserver of the an ancestral medicine from Venezuela, similar to ayahuasca, made of same similar ingredients, some of them the same ingredients, but this is not a beverage. This is a powder that you inhale through the nose, and this medicine is called Jopo, and it's the root of their cosmovision, and it's part of the tradition and lifestyle. But similar as you are sharing, a couple of shamans back, looks like 8 generations in the past, that shaman had a vision with the medicine where they were going to start changing their lifestyle to a different one, and then they were going to die as an like culture, like they were going to disappear. So like like they had the idea of that and the like acceptation of that, and like in this generation and in the past generation they opened the medicine to all of us because it was only used for them to fight their wars. And this is a community that is reported to be a peaceful community, and the wars were always about spiritual wars. And basically, what they say is that we have a spiritual war going on this earth right now, and uh, yes, so we are looking for sustainability in many ways for them. Basically, all the contents in the Amazon here is pretty heavy metal, and we are looking to help them. Actually, John was here, and he gifted us this.
Oh, beautiful. Is that a mini Sia Sia?
See?
Oh, me encanta. Ay, qué
Beautiful.
bueno. Wow. It's
It's made
beautiful.
by him. It's really light in weight. I think that maybe it's like because I have a cookie and I grab the cookie and the cookie is 32 grams. So maybe this is little than that. But let's say it's 30. I was thinking like doing an NFT collection because we recorded 2 songs in Watuha language here with John. I have
Awesome.
2 songs here.
Dude.
I still have to work on them, but I can share them right now. I just have to figure out how do I screen share with audio.
I think you
Um,
can. And
Let me do it. I
man,
will love it. So I have an idea. I think that the song can explain it better. So yes, let me.
that's so incredible. You got to record 2 songs with
Yeah.
him there. I know it's very busy. What I mean, also it'd be really interesting to hear a little bit of his reaction. I know it must have been a cultural overload because even for me, I'll be in Costa for 6 months or something. Of course, we have big supermarkets and all that. But when I go back to the States, to California, and I go into a Safeway or a Walmart or like some kind of big store like that, I get kind of lost. I wander around, I'm looking, I'm like, how in the world is it useful to have a row of like hundreds of feet just of sugar cereals? Or like, I just like trip out on this stuff sometimes. So it must have been a cultural shock and kind of overload for him coming for the first time to, a city.
Yeah. Yes, for sure. And I was able to. I, I I bought a kiwi for him. Kiwis are really expensive here, super expensive. Like they cost like $12 the kilo. But I bought just like 2, and we opened them up. Like he saw them, and he told us that taste like paruru, and paruru is banana, and we did taste it, and it was like, oh my god, yes, there's like banana in the kiwi, just that the kiwi has a fresh juicy texture, but like something in the taste is like something between grape and banana. It was interesting.
Very
And
interesting.
so
It's like a
yes,
virgin palate to explain flavor different because yeah,
yes,
we're
he tastes
that's
a
so
peach. He tasted a peach for the first time too. And also he ate pizza. We did everything like high and above and below. We had a lot of good stuff that we shared with him. For example, there is an Arab restaurant here. We had like aquí le decimos chaguarma,
oh
but
shawarma,
even
yeah.
but I think that even this restaurant is not shawarma. I think they are from other country because they have a lamb shawarma, but they don't have the name. Or I think it's shawarma. I don't know. But anyway, I told them like, you want to try lamb because he already knows cow. He knows cow. He knows beard. He knows fish. But I told him about this, and I told him that it was like a sheep, and he told me, "Yeah, I would like to see that one."
Mhm.
And we had lamb in that shawarma, and everything was cool. It was cool. I was really happy to connect with him, and I was really receptive of his energy because he's really subtle. So it's like I was looking to see if he was really comfortable, like how he was feeling. He was here for over a week, and the first days he was at a friend's house at Chacon's, um, and we went to the beach. We went to do a couple things. I'm looking for a couple pictures to share here. Ah, actually, I think that I sent them to you, Easy. So I'm going to
Yeah,
look for them.
he looked like such a happy dude. Let me see if I can
John,
if
it's
you want to play the song, I can grab the picture
Uh,
that you sent me.
can yeah,
oh yes.
why you look? Can I just add one thing that I was thinking here while we are talking about this? That is maybe I am here getting information about garrafadas and this kind of thing. You are getting information about the what's the name of the
What?
people?
What to her?
Watuha.
Patwa.
Yes.
You are getting information about them. Maybe we can open a virtual cultural center for
I
ancestral
love
knowledge.
it, dude.
Yo,
Yes,
why don't
yes.
we
I
get a
love to explore into all of that. Actually, come over any Monday. Like,
we yeah,
basically,
this is
we are
this is a
always
regular show.
talking. Yes.
I think we could make a proposal for the Nouns DAO for them to fund a virtual like cultural
Museum,
heritage
like
like
to sell the benches and the music.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe we maybe we doesn't need even to sell. Maybe we could have grants and
that's
funding
what I'm
from
talking
people
about.
just for us to make this exist and make people to visit and this kind of thing.
I was on
Yes.
a show on Saturday from actually Generic Vibes invited me, and she's been getting more and more into the Nouns DAO. And she was talking, we were talking about my history on blockchain and literature and a bunch of different things. And the Library of Alexandria on the blockchain idea came up. There was like a early thing that me and Epic Dylan like were dreaming about. And then we were talking about, I think maybe some of the cultural aspect of what you're doing with the Watuha. And she was like, "Oh, I would love something like that, like something in Nigeria to be able to like gather and preserve some of the cultural history because so much of it's lost." And I was like, "Well, since you're like working with Nouns DAO, that's pretty nounish values. I bet there could be a proposal for that. I mean, why not one for the region of the Amazon? Like, I think they would fund enough to like be able to
Why
make
don't
some.
you why don't you get together, all of us, and try to make this work?
Yeah,
It's
it's so
nice.
important.
Ooh, let's
Absolutely.
talk about this later. Let's make a group and then talk about this. Yes, I like the idea.
Yeah. Okay, Jose, do you want to play the song now? Okay, we're gonna a little audio treat here, and then we'll have to let Felons open his mic because we've been blabbing so fast. He hasn't got a chance.
Mm. Mm?
Sadly, no.
Not yet.
Mm.
I just shared a picture of John in the chat.
Meow.
And Jose, you might, if you've muted yourself, you might need to unmute, but you're probably working on your audio settings as we speak. Oh,
Mhm. Mhm.
I think so.
No.
No, maybe that was just background.
Mm.
Even if you, Jose, you could even just play it maybe on the computer and just use the phone's microphone. It's ghetto, but we've done that before. Or you have a nice mic. Yeah, just play it on your speakers. See if it can capture on the mic without echo. Should work.
Okay.
I hear the Discord stage. It's the elevator song.
Hmm? Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Águila. Agui, aguile. Agui, aguile. Águila. Águila, aguile. Agui, aguile. Desde lejos oigo el canto enamorado de un pájaro, y ese pájaro es mi abuelo, mi abuelo que canta enamorado, y ese pájaro es mi abuela, mi abuela que canta. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta. Canta, canta, canta.
Woo! Wow. That was epic, bro. Incredible. Amazing. So special to have that.
It was so beautiful, and he understood the software of audio. At the end, he was using the mouse and cutting this, like clicking in the places where he wanted like to delete, and he was
Nice.
starting to understand rhythm. It was so great. I had to like just be my best version. I don't know. It was beautiful. Like see his best like happiness, naturality, like usually these natives are really shy, but his commitment, because we are working on do this for the kids, so the kids can have music in their tongue that is part of the culture, because they have a couple of songs in their in tongue, but they are about Western religions that made the translations of Western religion songs, but they don't have music about the culture, about their grandfather, and that's like the idea we are doing, but also translating songs. This is a cover from a popular medicine music song called Aguila Aguilé. Um, it's a song that is new worldwide, um, and I have another one that is inspiration in the song that we made with the kids in the river that I was telling you about in December. So he made a song about the song of the kids, and this is a song that speaks about the grandfather doing medicine, um, about having a strength in the heart. That is the philosophy of this community. The philosophy of the community is Kwame Kiachi, a strength in the heart. So basically, it's a philosophy of uh, like to be able to pass, like the word is aguantar. How do I say it? Aguantar. Like aguantar
That's like
las cosas duras. Like
it's
life
like
is a
to
forge.
hold. Yeah, aguantar is like to I want to say to hold, but that wouldn't be like the right translation. It's like to oh man, my brain right now.
To
I
bear.
know it.
Bear. To bear with the
Yeah, to
thing.
bear it. It's like to bear it, to like yeah, to be able to uphold yourself
To
under
endure, to endure.
to endure.
Endure. Endure is a good word, yes. And this Kwame Kiachi, strength in the heart, is about endurance. And they do the medicine looking for endurance, and they got from their clarity and order. And what they receive is about their living, their intentions, their visions, and it's also a generation where not uh, like it's literally the participation of Watuha community members doing medicine besides the grandfather and a couple of elders. And John looks like he have been attending to ceremonies, looking to attend to understand the chant. Like looks like music have been a way for him to reconnect. And we have been talking with him deeply, super clear about how this is great for the kids. He's all in. For that, he has two kids, three kids, and I know that he's just so happy about it. So what I wanted to say is that they are shy usually, but he has a commitment, and his process is about being an artist. That's why I see on him. He never has told it, but this potential he has for music, this uh, softness, like, como digo, delicadeza, yes, like this
Yeah,
way he
yeah.
has for do the music, like he erased words that he noticed it wasn't melodic. He found different words to express the same in the ancestral language. He had the process with us, like what is an orchestra, because we translated No Winter's Land, and we had the issue with orchestra. He translated No Winter's Land. Like when he arrived to the city, he had the song already made, and it was beautiful. We hadn't the time to record No Winter's Land. We went to record this Aguila song, which was like easier. It has tiny like few words, It was also his first studio experience, first music experience. We had quite great challenges doing the rhythm, but before they left, we had an ancestral medicine ceremony, a really beautiful ceremony here with some students of the shaman. We had the opportunity to be with him, and we did music. We did all the songs live for the people who attended to the
Nice.
ceremony. And it was the first time something like that was happening, especially in the city, having a Wotuha community member without the grandfather. That is really beautiful. That is like at least the first time for me, and also first time for him doing a ceremony in the city. It was beautiful experience, and after the ceremony we did more music. Usually music after ceremonies, it used to be a really great moment. I feel really connected to my body, and I can like express, like I can feel like identity, somewhat like connection. And we were there doing music. I know like he received a lot on that ceremony of music, like with the music. He was able to integrate all that we had spoke during the week, and then we returned to the house to record. So it was a no sleeping process we had, which was great. And there's another song I would love to share, guys. That is this
Yeah.
Ahija Ahe song. It's a song about the community, about the river. And we think that, yes, the water is
That's the one the
important in
kids
this.
love.
Como?
Was that the song the kids all loved? They were like
Yes.
singing
So
it.
what we did in this version is that we have the kids song, the beginning Ahija Ahe, Ahija Hija Ahe, and then we had the other two verses of the kids song. Di Jawa, Di Jawa, Di Jawa Hija He, and then we have Dua, Dua, Dua Ahija He. That is basically like cold water, hot water. Say many times, and we did a song. Like this is a song that has verses of John with this chorus, and here it is, guys. Mm, okay.
Ahija ahe, ahija hija ahe, ahija ahe, ahija hija ahe. Yo do pe yo mena, ya no me nyu afe yo. Yo do pe yo mena, ya no me nyu afe yo. Suro tu me iti, nyu afe nyu kwa iti. Suro tu me iti, tu ibe ku kwa iti. Kwa mi kiati,
Kwame Kiachi.
kwa mi kiati. Dijawa, dijawa, dijawa hijahe. Dijawa, dijawa, dijawa hijahe. Kwa mi kiati, kwa takwe kwa himem. Adi wachakwa nyu ane tui penem. Adi wachakwa nyu ane tui penem. Adi wachakwa nyu ane tui penem. Nai menyerwa nai, urune urune.
Nai menyerwa nai, urune urune.
Hawa pukwa dita beu, hawa pukwa dita beu. Hawa pukwa dita beu, hawa pukwa dita beu. Kwa miki ya tibawi, wao batakwa. Kwa miki ya tibawi, wao batakwa. Jeheru takwi jehu, hawa pukwa dita beu. Ane tui pene, nyu ane tui pene. Adi wachakwa, nyu ane tui pene. Adi wachakwa, adi wachakwa. Dua, dua,
Dua Ahijahe, Dua, Dua, Dua Ahijahe.
Suro tumeiti, nyu afe nyu kwaiti. Suro tumeiti. iti Kwamikiati 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 Ahija ahe Ahija hija he Ahija ahe Ahija hija he Dijawa 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 hija he Dijawa 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 hija he Dua 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 hija he Dua 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 hija he Ahija he
Amazing. That was so awesome. It seems like maybe John is kind of falling into like a place of kind of the like a foundation of the bridge we've been trying to build on that side. So there's so much like
Definitely.
advancement in 1 week. It feels you guys made like a
Dude.
huge like leap forward.
Dude, he was leading the music. He was in the city to do music, so what we did was music. Of course, we went that to the beach, we went to the mountain, we went to the city, but if we weren't in the doing something, like for him to show them something, we were always doing something. There was no a moment like there was no a concept of nothing, of like meaningless. It was always, if we were doing like our friends like talking, chit chatting, he will go to his cell phone and he will start researching on the music he was looking to hear. He was starting to look for the names of the music we were showing him, and he was just doing that. And then we told him like, hey, okay, let's keep going with the music, and he started going with us. And it was just beautiful to see him doing, like, all of us. We were motivated. It created also a good meeting point for us, like for our friends. Like we were like all the week connected, doing things, and we have this idea that is Churuata Collective, which is basically our a community hub. The idea is to be a community hub for people to help indigenous communities, and but it's inspired in this community. So we are in the seed stage of onboarding our friends. But this, I was able to show the Give It projects to John. I showed them both Give It projects, and I shared with him the updates, and was explaining to him, and he was just like I told him, like, you know, like he had a wallet. So I told him, like, you will have a wallet here in the computer. And he thought, okay. And tell him, I show him the Calma song. Let me share that link for also philosopher to see the page and understand. So I showed him this
Live
page.
chat where
In chat, yes, I showed it on the chat. And you have a play button, and then you have the picture of the song. And I told him, instead of picture of me, it can be the silla. Instead of play and my music, it can be your song. And he was like, great. And my first idea was to sell his manioco. He has this philosopher. He has farinha de mandioca, but here we call it manioco. They are their culture way is yuca. Mandioca is their life. So
it's like a yucca flower.
Sorry, what?
Is it like a yucca flower? So like
I have 45 kilos here. Let me go grab a little bit.
yeah. And in farinha de mandioca, what he's talking about, people here eat this a lot with açaí. So I don't know if the indigenous people there eat açaí a lot, but this is very common here in the Amazon region in Brazil. That not only the indigenous people, but the riverside people too, and also the people from the city of the north region of Brazil are used to eat açaí, but not as a sweet thing as we drink açaí, but they drink açaí with the food, with
Açaí. Yes.
shrimps and
Açaí.
farinha de mandioca.
Yes, yes, they do the same
Yeah.
here. I have tasted, but
Oh,
here
cool.
we don't call it acai. Here the name of acai is manaca. But there is something
Anaka.
interesting. I'm really happy to be talking this with you guys because oh
Yeah,
my god,
cool.
yeah, this is a corner for nerds. I love it. So manaca for them it's pretty common. They use it in their diet. They don't have to grow it because it's on the jungle. They just eat it when it's manaca season. They harvest and they
Yeah, like this. The riverside people here too, not the only the indigenous people, the riverside people too, and here also the people from the city. Everyone here eats açaí, and if they don't eat açaí in the lunch, for example, they don't feel they ate lunch. You know. This is farinha de mandioca.
So it's like kind of like arena that you
yes,
a little bread or like a tortilla or something with it. You mix
yes,
water maybe and make a paste.
yes. You can do many
Cool.
things. You can espesar,
Mhm.
espesante,
Spice it.
espesante. Para espesar, para so make thickener, un thickener.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay, to
Eh,
make it, yeah, for like a soup or something too, you could put it.
soup.
and
Yeah.
this
Interesting.
and this thing where the flour comes from, that is called mandioca, there are many things that comes from it, from the indigenous people
Yes.
can make alcoholic beverage from mandioca
Yaraque.
also the leaves from mandioca, we call here what's the name,
Of
maniva is the name of the leaves, and we have to cook this for 7 days in order to make a food, or it's poisonous, and you
Right.
can
yes.
feel bad and die because of a poisonous of this leaf. What's
Yes.
the
There's
name there of this food you have here?
the sorry. Sorry.
Do you
You,
have a name? Here it's
I have
called
the name.
manisoba.
I have
Manisoba here.
I have the name of the liquor one. The name of the liquor one is Yaraque. But the name of this
Jarak.
leaf, but the name of this leaf, this is the first time that I hear about it. Maybe they ate it, but we didn't saw it.
In
Yeah, they ate it. They cook for 7 days the leaves of the mandioca. That the leaves are called maniva here in Brazil. And when it's ready, they mix with pork and other kinds of meat, and they make something near feijoada. I don't know how to
Oh,
say that in English. Beans
feijoada.
with
Feijoada.
feijoada, yes, but it
Mm,
does not have beans. It's just with the leaves and the meat, and it's like something
mm,
dark green or almost black, and it's called
mhm,
manisoba.
Well,
mm.
even in Hawaii, I moved to Hawaii when I was like, 16 or something. I finished high school early and went there. And the Hawaiian people use taro root to make a lot of different things. One of their main like staples is fermented taro, and that's called poi. And so on the little farm I was living on,
Okay.
yeah, every Friday night, me and the other like, people that were staying there working on the farm for our rent, we had railroad tracks across a huge fire pit and 50-gallon metal drums, and we would boil the water from the night before and put all the taro root in there, and then at like 6 in the morning, all the aunties and uncles, all the like old timers would come, and we would take the skin off, and then we would put it through the like the like grinder and make the poi, and that would be distributed throughout the like the Hawaiian community. And I always liked it fresh more than I
Beautiful.
liked it fermented. But I remember something about the leaves too, that it was very like poisonous unless you had a very specific way of
Yeah,
preparing it.
that is something maybe for philosophy. The relationship with poisonous foods and this
Yeah.
community ability to transmute it, and how that is a vision that they have for most of things. Transmutation, at least in this community, and I really love that you do metaphysics, dude. I think that this is a community of white magicians, so speaking. They have a connection with the environment that allows them to be scientifics with their plants. They
Yeah.
know the uses and traditions, and um, they are in a stage where they are somewhat modernized, but it's the last shaman that keeps traditional. And it's a good moment also in the ways what quality things we can share from modern world to them, that it actually helps them to make synthesis of information. I do believe we have something good to share, like, like,
So-
Well,
but we
like
have to do
blockchain.
cross
We don't need to
pollination.
share TikToks, but sharing some blockchain is good.
Yeah, we're just doing philosophy here. Yeah, I love it. There's something I want to share, guys, about this yuca mandioca connection. There's something cool here.
So cool to have this connection with mandioca and acai between us.
Totally. I'm so glad that you and Jose are getting to connect tonight.
This is a liquor bottle. This is recycling. So yeah, so
Oh,
they
nice.
this is a sauce that they do in the jungle. This is a
Wow.
sauce made of the poison of the yuca mandioca. This is the liquid, like the yarake, like the spicy. They
Oh,
use
nice.
it. They use it and they mix it with ants, and they mix
Ants?
it with ants. Yes, but ants. But this is not ant. The
And
real
Natura,
name of bachaco.
it's the one with the big butt.
With the big head.
That's a big head. We have one here with a big butt. We call Tanajura.
Okay, Ayura. It sounds so familiar.
It's
And
kind of Brazilian ant with a big butt.
they have one there. The name is 24, 24. And it's because if bites you, it's 24 hours of intense pain.
Oh,
And
we have the
it,
fiery ants here.
Think we
It's
have
like
those
this.
in Costa because I've gotten bit like in my early years here I was doing landscape design and installations. I got bit by a lot of different ants and different wasps and stuff. But one
Oh,
time I got hit by a few ants and it hurt
mm,
bad for at least 24 hours, but it was like a week of pain and a couple spots that it got me on my
yeah,
ankle and like kind of
yeah.
down into my sock on my foot almost. It was bad.
Yes,
my God.
this is an ant that connect us, at least philosopher and I, because it says Ecuador, Venezuela, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, Brazil, Costa
Ooh.
Rica.
Oh, do you know
Yeah.
something I saw here? A cockroach at the size of your hand.
Oh, yes. I don't.
Yes.
I haven't the pleasure yet, but I think that you can find them here, too.
Yeah, yeah. The first time I saw it was here in the Amazon. I have never saw this in Rio de Janeiro. But when I came here, I saw this. I put my hand just at the side. I took a picture, so I saw I show my friends, and so my God, look at that! Look at the size of the cockroach! My God, what I'm going to do? And my friends told me, no, be calm, philosopher. It's cool. This is a kind of cockroach that lives in the river, and it only goes out when the river is moving too much and it's raining. And when it goes out, it gets very dizzy because it's not her environment, so it stays laid down. It does not do anything. So I think it's okay.
Yeah.
But do you know that I swim with the riverside people in a river with a lot of piranhas and alligators. I don't know if it's
Oh yeah,
alligator.
Brazil. In Venezuela, we had a friendly environment of animals. Like the most scary animals are on your corner, dude. Like this, there's an animal that he likes to enter through your pee pee hole.
Oh, I
And
know. I have this here. My God.
no, no.
I,
Aléjate.
but only if you pee in the
Ciao.
water. Only if you pee in the water.
Right,
Only if you
yeah,
pee in the water. So yeah,
yeah,
it's like it's like a good police officer.
Yeah, yeah.
If you put those in the public pool, it would be so much better.
So much
Oh!
better.
Oh my god, I have nightmares because there's a video on the internet like this is one of those fish that enters in your pee pee hole, and in the video the dude is like swimming and he saw it and panics because the dude is already feeling the hole. You know, he has like intuition, like a spider sense. I don't know what he has, but by the way, poi is the name of fish in Watuha language. Pointa is how
Interesting.
they say to fish. Yeah, and this Watuha community looks like they were nomads. Look like there is technology of this community from data of 20,000 years ago. From their medicines, they have a set of tools that are part of the ritual. And this Jopo medicine, other communities has it, maybe in Brazil too, but there's a lot of difference into the design. And at least in this region, there's other communities that has Jopo medicine, but this is the only shaman who has the music part of the ritual. All of the others forgot the chants that preserved the knowledge. So what they have is the Jopo, and they can do the medicine, but the ingredient that the grandfather add, that is the ingredient that is going to be lost, is the ancestral chant because the
You,
chant it.
you
Yeah,
cannot record.
we have recordings, but in the sense of somebody doing the performance, you know, somebody like we are talking about 10 hours of chant. We are talking about a
Uh-huh.
full
In a
experience
lifetime to learn that,
in a
I'm
lifetime
sure.
because
Yeah, but
like yeah, and the other challenge that they have is that basically the meaning in the words, it's in a language that is passed from shaman through shaman, so it's not part of the Watuha tongue, it's part of a shamanic tongue.
the
And
shaman is willing to pass this knowledge to write in a book. Do you think?
um I will say that we are moving towards preservation of the culture. They are eager to see projects for and
Oh
connect.
man, let's do this. Let's do this. This cannot be lost.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
yes, and I know that what we are like, what we are doing with our friends here is like the onboarding to see how we can really align to do these things from a place different from like a standard ways to try to help these communities. We try to like provide for them.
For
In this
example, if
case,
we
it's
have
like
if we have our virtual center for ancestral knowledge, and we can have smaller projects inside a project, for example, for us to record X hours of chanting, and maybe paying for the shaman too, in order for him to receive resources, everyone to participate to receive too.
yeah, he
You,
he
you know,
enjoys he enjoys equivalent exchange in their community.
nice,
There,
cool.
yeah, because money is from us, so you know he do money things with us. But if community members goes and they bring hunts or they bring pineapple, like there's this idea of equivalent exchange. So it's like from your heart, like I will be doing the medicine. Like the idea is for community to be created. So you know, like I always go up. We like all of us approach with a lot of respect, and we love how he make us feel part. Like he's the first one. Like once we share the idea, he's the first one like giving suggestions.
Nice,
And
nice.
yes, he's actually we are working in the process of doing a documentary We did
Right.
the first approach on December. I have a lot of data. I think I can share. I can share a little bit.
Nice, please do it.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
This is like first peaks.
yes, actually,
Yeah.
I have little curation on this all this content. Actually, what I
Awesome.
have been working on doing the first reel for the flying company, for the alliance. We need to go there, but oh my god, in January, February, oh my god, easy. You know, like we are doing so much stuff. I have so much stuff on the line too that, yes.
Right.
But
It's
yeah, I have a couple
it's
pictures
been
here.
24/7 like since the beginning of the year for both me and Jose and a lot of stuff that we're doing together. It's just like there's no break. There's no stop. It's just one thing to the next, back to this one to like, brush it up a little and then to share, and it's been a wild year.
And this is beautiful. Beautiful to see people that are really interested in do something. People like this never stops.
Never, no. This is the bench. This is
Wow. That's the full
and that's one of the tools that we provide for them in terms of sustainability. We don't give them like, our idea is not to provide like we are part now. You need us. It's more like you have the tools. You can find sustainability.
And I believe that it's always good to to know what they want, because sometimes we believe that we know what they want, but they want other
Yeah,
things. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So in that sense, this is not like we are studying them and we are going from a vertical standpoint of view. It's like this is horizontal. Like the person that is doing these benches here is one of the sons of the grandfather, and he's our friend. I have a deal
Nice.
so
with him. I'm going to bring him a tool, a specific tool he wants, and he's going to give me one of these bench. I would love to
oh
have one of
nice.
those bench. I have years visiting, sitting on these benches, but
Nice.
like
So
I'm always in my with my funds. It's like I'm always on short. But if I can do these changes, like it feels good. It's a beautiful connection.
and
This
it's a
is this is
beautiful
a beautiful.
exchange, because it's an instrument that will serve for a long time, and at the same time it's an instrument that will serve for you for a long time too. So it seems
Very
equivalent.
sustainable approach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
An
Yeah.
equivalent, an exchange that is equivalent.
This is one of the pineapples that they have there. The pineapples are really big, like conic.
Oh, it's so long.
Tiny pineapple
Looks
reel.
delicious.
Yes. Plátano movimiento. What is
Dude, it's
this?
so cool to see
This
some
is
of this.
plátano in the community caminando. Walking plantain. That was Antonio.
Nice. Those are big. Those are big.
Palms, leaves.
Big.
Yes. Let's see here. Casabe.
Oh, nice. It's the bread.
That's the mandioca.
Ah, nice.
Oh.
A flower.
Oh.
Ah, so beautiful. Of
Wow.
what?
I don't
That's
know, but the
huge.
friend that has the flower is a biologist. She should know. But I just had the video here. Jungle, walk.
Oh,
Beautiful.
nice. Oh my God! I'll look
Wow.
for a picture here to show you of a tree that I found in the Amazon region, in an island called, what's the name? Afua. It's an island on Pará state. That there
Oh,
are some roots, that the roots are called a wall, the wall, because the roots, you need like five people, one on top of each other, for you to achieve the roots. And
Wow.
the tree, we got 50 people, one at the side of the other, and we could not get
You
near
form around it.
I forgot the name of the big part of the tree that's not
Trunk.
the roots, the
Trunk. Yeah.
this is
Trunk.
looks like this is a clitoria
hog.
that has
Oh,
shape of
beautiful.
yes,
Yeah, it looks like a wild
shape.
orchid. But yeah, the
Oh,
trunk of the tree is above the roots. So 50 people could not do like a hold hands around the
yeah,
trunk.
and the biologist is saying, "Oh my God, this is so weird," because I think there's other types of this plant, but this was a beautiful one. Let's see which else videos. This, see this.
Oh, nice breeze.
Oh my God, it's so
So
scary
is
to
it-
pass through those
See some of
breaches. Do you
this.
saw that?
Yeah. I mean, we've been since 2021.
Oh, Izzy,
We
I'm
did
not
our first.
listening to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
me neither. I'm not listening to you too.
Okay, so
Check
it's
You're not
check.
Izzy.
muted.
It's on Izzy's. He's
Am
unmuted.
I back?
Oh, weird.
Reset. Reset, Izzy. Yeah.
Oh, he's muted. He's muted. I'm seeing here.
But do you hear me now?
No, but he muted himself and unmuted to see if that was
Oh,
solved, but he
nice,
was
nice.
already
But
unmuted and wasn't working.
Okay, I'm trying on the cell phone. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, so see that bridge. I'm really scared of those bridges. I'm tall.
this
Uh,
was an official bridge,
this is an
official
official
quote.
pathway. This is an official pathway to somewhere. Yes, this is an official pathway to somewhere.
Nice, nice.
Am I
Oh
back?
my God! And I got there with the guitar. I got there with the camera. I don't know. It's like, and I feel really scared of those moments. But through the day, like, yeah, you know, experience, and you also saw them like so nice, so trust of that tiny tree, and it's like, okay, I'm just going to do it. Easy,
I don't
you are
know.
there again.
Oh, great. I switched to my phone. Man, it's so great to get to see some of this footage. Jose went, we did a little benefit concert in like early 2021 and for helping to fund Jose and his partner and a few people going out on one of the earlier trips. And so it's been quite a few years of building relationships and Jose getting audio and video. So it's really cool to get to see a little more of this. And I think we're getting, close enough to where I think we could get funding for, a virtual hub of cultural heritage from, not just the Watuha, but make something that's across the Amazon so we can bring people in from,
Yeah.
Brazil, Colombia, and
Doing philosopher easy.
yeah.
In that sense, Greenpill Network has an idea of NFTs that are evolution NFTs. They're evolved, dynamic NFTs that evolve through the time, and the action to make them evolve is social impact efforts. So basically, you report on the NFT, and the NFT grows from a like burning city to a beautiful place, landscape. So
Oh, cool. Do you
and
know, I was trying to do something like this, but,
yes,
making
yeah,
the NFT to appear step by step. For example, you buy the NFT, it appears 1 by 20 of the NFT. If you buy for a price a little higher, it appears another part. If you buy for a price a little smaller, it disappears a part. So it would be dynamic. But I super understand this, and it's a very good idea, I think.
yeah. So basically, what they have is like they have fonts and they have like pictures for different regions. So basically, my suggestion is connect with that kind of information. I think there can be something cool there to do something like what we are talking. I'm just going.
Uh-huh.
Sorry. I'm
Maybe
just going to
with
show the Greenpill
Greenpeace, you
network.
think.
Here is on the live chat. So they have many books that are good to understand, Web3 projects that are good, doing something social impact related. I'm going to share a couple more of videos. Let's see what is this. Oh, butterfly.
Oh, I wonder if I could find it. We have
Mira,
endangered.
this is one of the edible ants.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that's a big butt or big head. Yeah.
Big head.
Yeah, from here is big butt. Cool, cool. But it's the same. It's the same thing. It's eatable too. People eat tanajura. Like, do you know something kind of insect from the sea that you take? You can get on the sand on the beach. What's the name of this?
The name of
Tatui
the
here in Brazil. Have you heard of
sorry,
it?
tatui.
Tatui. Have you heard of
What?
tatui? It's a kind of not a shrimp. It's like an insect that you when you go to the beach. Not anymore because beaches are not clean. But when beaches are clean, you can go to the sand near the water and you can stick your hands there and you when you get sands the tatui go to your hand and you can take tatui and fry it and eat and just like shrimp.
Interesting. One of the things we did was we went to the beach, and there's a food that we buy ate here on the beaches. They call it rompe colchón, like bed breaker, bed breaker. So this bed breaker is made of shrimp, and the the deal is that if you buy a bed breaker, you are going to break the bed tonight. So they do el rompecolchón,
Nice.
rompecolchón, le dicen el rompecama.
Rompe colchón.
Classic.
I love it.
Yeah, so it's it can be a we say aquí like a Chinese uh Chinese rice like cup
Yeah.
full of shrimps with a red sauce made of I don't know what. It has lemon, shrimps, rompecolchon, and there was a guy. There was a guy selling these shrimps on the beach. He was trying to sell it to us, and we were like, "Hey, thank you, but like we are short of funds right now. We came with our friend from the jungle. It's the first time he comes to the beach." And he was like, "What? It's the first time that you come to the beach?" "Yes, grab a shrimp." And he opened the rompecolchon, and he grabbed a shrimp with the ¿cómo se dice la tapa?
Oh, la tapa o
This.
the I don't know how to say that, but okay, you showed this.
He used that. He used that, and he grabbed the shrimp out of the thing he was going to sell later. You know, like he stole a shrimp, and he sent the shrimp to our friend, and it was beautiful because they ate shrimp on the jungle from the rivers. So we had that kind of intercultural exchange, and also the community here, like Venezuelans, are really there's a beautiful brotherhood. I will say that. So you know, we make friends with the taxi driver. We made friends with the people on the
Oh,
beach.
nice. How is Venezuela? How is Venezuela life going? Because I feel that we are so
See
misguided
this.
by.
This is the best. This is my cultural shock. This was the Christmas party.
Wow, nice.
This was the Christmas party, and looks like one of the daughters of the shaman. She loves decoration, so
Cool.
whenever they have something community related, like a special, she likes to buy balloons and do that so people can take pictures. It's beautiful. I love
Dude.
it.
Need to need to bring out a bunch of cool balloons next time.
I'm going to cry sharing this. It's like, oh my god, I just totally love it. And
Amazing.
they bought gas so the electrical plant could work for more hours so they can do the party. I don't know. The kids playing with fireworks. Like this they went to the city to buy these tiny fireworks. We weren't like supporting that. Actually the kids were like going to us like, hey, fireworks, like help us, like give us some money to fireworks. And all of our friends say like, we don't like fireworks, and that was the end of the conversation. But they got some fireworks, and they just had kid moment in the jungle with fireworks.
Cool.
They were just so happy playing and sharing.
This is nice.
This is a more like a party moment in the beginning of the day. The they asked us to buy Christmas food. Like there's a traditional Christmas food for December that we in the city eat. That is like a tamal. It's like uh, bread made of corn filled with meat that we ate on December. And we went to buy the ingredients and we made ayacas together. It was so beautiful.
Oh, nice.
There's some music here. Very
Awesome.
Latino.
Cool.
Latino moment. Yes, this is real. This is happening, and there's when I got asked to like it was to help with some chicken, but they didn't had nothing like for the yaca, so we ended up buying everything, and this is a beautiful moment. That was the grandmother giving me a hug after we had that conversation in the morning. She doesn't speak Spanish. It was a moment of a hug, and it was beautiful
And
to
how
also
did you talk to her? How did you talk to her? In which
with
language to speak
with a lot
the?
of confidence. I talked with her with a lot of confidence. I got to her, I sit, and I told her in Spanish, Abuela, les hace falta algo? Like, grandmother, do you need something? Y me siento ahí un ratico, and she sees me, and she speaks to her daughter. She says something in Watuha, and the daughter comes, and the daughter already heard me talking,
Uh,
and she translates to her, and then the grandmother sees me, and she thinks, and she says like soap, sugar, coffee, uh, and but that day actually she went to us and she asked like for the December things, but she asked just for a little thing, but I noticed that they needed more stuff,
yeah.
so I just told her like, okay, but what do you want to do with that? You want to do ayacas? That is the food. And she heard ayacas and she said yes. And I told her, okay, está bueno, está listo. We are going to do that then.
Nice.
It was beautiful. At the end, they did like 200 ayacas, and the other communities are from like family of them went to the community, and but at the same time that they have that food party celebration of December, we were in the jungle. We were in the thinking house, in this principal house, doing
Hmm.
an ancestral medicine ceremony. So we didn't had anything for food that day, like the ones doing the ceremony. Like we didn't had the December food, but all of that was happening all together, and it was uh, unspeakable, like unbelievable, like so vivid, like the ceremony happening at the same time that the December, and it's the same that we are talking about the transition of the culture, um, but their approach is at least they have like 70 years in connection with us. Before that, they were like non-reached communities, and since
And
then
they know,
they
and they know are religious people. They are Christian or not. They maintain their old religion.
this is the last community where the kids speak Wotuha language. This is the last community that decided to leave the religions from the Western society. They basically isolated themselves 70 years back. They said to these religions, no,
Wow,
thank you. We are
wow.
going to go to the jungle, and you are welcome to come, and you are welcome to share, and you are welcome to be here with respect that we do our traditions of ancestrality. And they lived, and through the decades, the religions and the modern city, they have been growing, so they have been always being displaced to
Hmm.
go further in the jungle so they don't hear music from the contamination, so they can do ceremonies. So, like when you think about it, like, thousands of years ago, no contamination, all these shamans singing on their houses, the antenna working, like acoustic. There's an area of acoustic that we don't had did like that much deepness and as in others. That is psychoacoustic. That is how sound is received by humans and what is enjoyable and what is not enjoyable. This is more like a philosophic acoustic or something like that. I like to think, and I don't know. In that sense, what is the real power of music when we are aligned towards nature? And I had those questions or reasonings. I don't know, but I had a thesis as a sound engineer that is a mathematical infinite pattern of music that goes to the infinite and that is not on the internet, and it's backed by metaphysics because that was my research, but I wasn't doing a career. I was studying to do an audiovisual producer house, to do movies that were good, but that process ended up sending me to the music more deep, and I started tuning my guitar in a different frequency from 40/40 because I saw a relationship between the wave and between geometry. And
Oh,
I think that basically what they do in this community, that they do healing through chant, my thesis, it's a beautiful perspective to approach to what they do because it's so fascinating. I do To me it's not as like mystic, the fact that music has the power to connect with geometry, that is the material realm. So I like to see that. I have been able to experience these rituals. There was a
yeah.
day that one of
When you think about the Nazi experiences with ultrasound, infrasound, sorry, you see that this dissolves a person inside. If a kind of sound of this nature can cause this physical disturbance in the body, maybe other kinds of sounds can cause other kinds of things in the body. Oh, it's not impossible at all.
Oh
both
yeah.
both yeah, both healthy and damaging, the like damaging like frequencies is like in music you can have beautiful sounds and also you can have tension, but that doesn't mean something is good, something is bad. It's just octaves
I
of
remember
yeah.
seeing it was like a video on some people visiting Machu Picchu, and they had these stone alcoves very far apart, but like connected through the stone, and you would like
Alcohol.
chant in one, no, in a little alcove, like a little opening where you put your
Alcoba.
head. Yeah,
uh,
in the rock, and I guess you would chant in one, and like you could, like basically I think for maybe like healing or something. The other people could kind of like put their head in one and receive that, vibrations. I mean, it was just, conjecture, but it was definitely like there was a purpose to these, carved areas that transmitted the sound really well.
there's so many phenomena of acoustic um, dimension. I want to
Oh
share
yeah.
this picture of a castle in an island of Venezuela that was the first sector of Venezuela that got as a country, like independence. So this is a castle made for the Spanish colonizers when they arrived, and you can see that here in the corner there is like a cupola, like a bell. Like in the front of the picture you can see like something that is like a cylinder with a sphere at the top.
Hmm.
And inside the castle they had a jail that was with a similar shape, and because of that shape that the jail had, uh, Luisa Cáceres de Arismendi, that was the wife of the person who independized this island, she was taken prisoner by the Spanish, and she was in this jail with a shape of a bell. And because of the acoustics, she was able to communicate with the indigenous service person that was providing food to her, and she was able to gossip all the strategic information she was able to hear from the Spanish through the wall. So she spoke to the wall, and because the wall was shaped in a circle, she spoke here a gossip, and the sound traveled till the next corner here. The sound traveled in this like shape, and the indigenous that was putting food in this area was able to hear the gossips being shared in this wall, and that it was an acoustic phenomenon. And that was how this first state got independence back in the day. Yeah, to me, it's a fascinating story because of acoustics and the history of the country. And I see that the Churuata, if you see the picture that I share above, it has somewhat a shape like a bell, just that in the top, I'm going to share again this picture.
Is this a fortress shaped like a star in the external shape?
No, but in the picture it looks pointy, right?
Yeah.
But no, it's not fully like a star. Um, no, this is in the coast of the Iceland. But
Because that is such a similar fortress here in Macapá City that is kind like this shape that I always thought that was shaped like a star, but it's similar.
There's star fortresses all over the world, pretty much. I mean, it was definitely something that multiple cultures were building.
Yeah, true.
yeah, this is Spanish. I don't see sacred geometries that much over there. But the acoustic of that jail, hmm, that is beautiful. And I don't know who decided to create a jail with that structure. Like he knew that that was going to happen. He did that with the purpose of art. Like why he did a jail with the shape of a cupid. It was the thing that decided the fate of this Iceland. I don't know. It's fascinating. So I think that in the Churuata that has that shape, the sound doesn't travel like the cupule because it has a pointy end. So what it does is that the sound travels here and travels here, and it goes to the point, and then it goes resonance. I don't know, because to do those guessings, you have to think in terms of music that is not sounding. You have to think in terms of sound waves that you
Yeah.
cannot hear. So it's like a smoke or something like that. You know, it propagates. Where does it go? The sound when
Yeah.
we stop singing. Where does it go? And it has a connection with the world. Sometimes I think it does because music is the connection point for us between our mind and our body. Is our voice the spirit?
I don't know.
Good
Uh,
question.
we have spirits. We have at least minds.
Sorry, what?
No, we have at least minds. I don't know if we have spirits.
Oh yeah, at least I'm parting from the math infinite pattern. To me, was a connection with trinities, observing the reality. It was like a tricycle doesn't stumble, a bicycle does. We have to have mind, body, and spirit because the world is perfect and it has harmony. And you need three musical notes to make a chord. Why we do music? We have voices. We have identity. If we have a company, if we want a company or a project, we need mission, vision, and values. That is like a musical note.
Oh, I just made a lore now that it starts with Trinity of Dragons.
Nice.
¿Cómo? ¿Cómo?
I just made a lore now, a story for Long Way Legend, NFT project that the word of Draconia starts with a Trinity of Dragons. That is
Dude.
a divine trinity.
Dude, this community in their cosmovision, they have the dragon as part of their cosmovision, as
Wow.
one of the creators of the world. And
Oh, nice.
one of the
The
most
what?
interesting
Watuha?
Doesn't
Watuha, yes.
doesn't the
Ah, no.
dragon like live in the mountain or something? That big
I don't
mountain?
know. I don't know. Those are questions that I have to make. And usually you have to make them when the shaman is talking about those kind of stories. Because
Right.
if he's not talking about it, it's like, you know, you will put him into a rabbit hole. It's like
Uh-huh.
maybe he's doing other stuff. But
Nice.
what is interesting is that the dragon, it's something in their culture, but we didn't have like dragons here. Like that's something that maybe comes from Japan, the cosmovision of dragons. I don't know.
Oh, but
You know,
the cosmovision of dragons is all around the world.
Yeah.
The Occidental culture have dragons. Japan have dragons. China has dragons. Dragons are all over.
yes,
Dragons of the sea also.
that was
Yeah.
that was one of the things that I like touched me, like, but because this is a community that us in Venezuela we don't know about. There's not a lot of information of this community out there. Uh, there's of course a lot of information out there, but it's made like people like me, like people who connected and did things on the internet. Uh, I don't know if there's something about dragons on the internet about the community, but basically what it's like at the beginning, grandfather dragon was the one who was in the world.
Wow, cool! My God, I want to know more.
I don't know. I want to know more.
Yes,
So
yes.
yes. We are on the same boat. So their cosmovision is rich, and looks like they have a connection. Not this community, not like properly because they are in another region of the Amazon, but the Watuha tribe, like all the whole communities, they had like an ancestral connection with Autana, that is like the biggest like the biggest mountain. I'm going to share a picture. I'm going to share this picture. So basically, they say that this is a tree, and when the gods like get mad at us, they cut at this tree, and we started to have a mortal life,
Mm.
and that all the like when the tree was living, the food, everything was coming from the tree. Like we didn't have to like to work to like as we do now, and somebody cut the tree, and also the minerals starting getting to the earth. So basically, like the minerals are the fruits or like it's possession of the owner of the earth. So in their cosmovision, they appreciate minerals, they respect them, and they don't touch them. And it's they say something like, you know, when you realize that the heads of the rivers are really connected to minerals in the area, people will stop extracting minerals because they mean water. And yeah, it's beautiful. Like to connect and listen and ask more and more. Um, I think that after this process, the Watuha music we did with John, we are going to be learning more of their language.
Awesome.
Because it's like this is the first time I'm able to like have Watuha words in my head, you know, like full phrases from the
Nice. Yeah.
songs.
Nice.
And yes, beautiful connection. So yeah, I'm all in for Web3, social impact, and music. I think that musicians can opt out of the traditional industry and find their mission, vision, and values to align themselves with the life purpose or spirit, if you call it, will, electricity. You need positive, negative on earth to bring your spark. So, you know, whenever how we call it, for people to find that is like the root of their voice. If you go to sound wave terms, our voice, it needs three variables to exist: fundamental, harmonic, and resonant. So for people to find that, I think that Web3 can allow us, for humanity, to find that in a bigger scale and a purposeful life. I don't know.
Yeah, I know Web3 allow us to achieve this. I don't know if we will be able to do this. I think we should enjoy the moment while we have, for example, funds to develop these activities that we want to develop,
Yeah.
because I don't think they will last forever, and I don't know if we will be successful in developing the individuals and removing the middleman and empowering people before the institutions trying to rob our power. So I think we should enjoy the opportunities to try to build now the most we can in order for us to produce before it's too late. Because I'm a little pessimist concerning this, because we see that people that has the money, that have the money, controls everything, and I fear that these people will control also the crypto world. So we should
Yeah,
make
we got to
everything we
make moves.
to protect at least a part of our words that we can.
Absolutely, absolutely. And yeah, I think already through the, through the last years, we've been building kind of a foundation, planting seeds, but maybe we didn't have the full direction. I think we're getting to a point now where where it's solidifying, and we can kind of like, say, okay, this is the big idea. We have little parts here, little parts there. We might as well just start, putting it to work, and preserving what we can now. And if we can
Yeah.
get, a grant from Nouns DAO or Octant or whatever one of these, because in the past, it's been a horrible failure, what's it called, charity. It's just been, a complete utter failure basically. But the way we're approaching it is completely different. So, even if we just work out of our own passions, but there's the possibility to get some funding to where we could actually, get a bit of this built in the next year or so, before the corpos come on blockchain fully.
Yeah, and at least even if we cannot fund this project forever, at least if we fund for a long time, we would have built something on the blockchain forever that
Exactly.
will have this knowledge that will propagate. We don't know where, but for all over the world. So we save something at least now.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
sounds great, and I think that music plays a role on
Yes.
promoting. Like,
Absolutely.
as a musician, I say the cyborg Amish seeking balance, connecting roots to the wireless, like past
Yeah.
and future connected to a beautiful present. I think that can be something that we can do, like technology in balance with nature, us being healthier. Like that doesn't missing the point that healthy it's a better currency. Like,
Yes.
yeah, like finding a way for also to technology to be sustainable,
Yeah.
to
Yes.
have those conversations. I'm really worried about the health of the developers of the space, because
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that as passion as I am too, we can invest too much time here.
Yep.
But when you are in technology fully, maybe it's hard to disconnect. The brain gets addicted to the
Definitely.
screen,
Um,
and I'm worried. And I think that music can do something good in developers, speculators, traders, hackers,
for
like
everyone.
everyone.
Yeah.
What would
It's
be of the bars, of the taverns, of everything without music? Imagine a world without music. What a terrible thing.
Oh, no, no. The music can
No.
be kind of that buffer that keeps us from getting like, too attached to the screen, or too deep in one thing or the other. The music helps to, I think, bridge and also like create a little distance to, to nourish us. Yeah, great time for a song.
We are the farmers of now winter's land, settling the fire of love. Aquí estamos los sembradores, cuidadores de la tierra, donde el invierno no existe. Se derretirán tus penas, transmitiendo todo el fuego que se encuentra en las semillas de la unión. Aquí estamos los sembradores, cuidadores de la tierra, donde el invierno no existe. Se derretirán tus penas, transmitiendo todo el fuego que se encuentra en las semillas de la unión. Tenemos las semillas, corazón. Vamos levantando una oración que la disponga a germinar. Semilla para el despertar. Que tenemos la semilla, corazón. Vamos levantando una oración que la disponga a germinar. Sonido para el despertar. Sonido para el despertar. Sonido para el despertar. Sonido para el despertar. Viene el sol radiante desterrando oscuridad. El invierno solo existe para agradecer al sol. Cierra el círculo, disfruta de la orquesta de la vida y el calor. Viene el sol radiante desterrando oscuridad. El invierno solo existe para agradecer al sol. Cierra el círculo, disfruta de la orquesta de la magia y el amor. Cierra el círculo, disfruta de la orquesta del cacao y el sabor. Cierra el círculo y disfruta de la orquesta del chopito y la visión. Tenemos las semillas, corazón. Vamos levantando una oración que la disponga a germinar. Semilla para el despertar. Que tenemos la semilla, corazón. Vamos levantando una oración que la disponga a germinar. Sonido para el despertar. 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 Aquí estamos los sembradores. Cuidadores de la tierra. Transmitiendo todo el fuego que se encuentra en las semillas de la unión.
Woo! No better way to end the night
Yeah.
than
Okay,
hodling these
felons.
vibes.
Friends, I have to pop out. It was so cool to be here with you. Thank you from for the audience too to be here with us for all this time. Thank you, as in crypto, for calling me here and inviting me. I was amazed by the program, by the show, by the people I met here. Thank you for introducing me to Joseph Goats. I really love to meet you, man. We have to do things together. I hope to, as in crypto, to make a group for us in order for us to
Yes.
communicate and develop our project. And see you soon, friends. I hope to be on the next program to hear you talk a little bit and see who's coming. And see you soon. I have to pop out
Thank
because
you, man.
a meeting 11 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, and it's 1 o'clock here a.m. So I have to sleep.
Get some good sleep. We
Thank
we will
you.
definitely connect, and we'll make a group so we can carry on building these awesome ideas. And yeah, absolutely, would love to have you come and hop up and be a co-host or be an audience member, whatever you want to do for the Monday nights. But the door is always open. So thank you
Thank
so
you.
much for coming and sharing.
Thank
I'm
you.
excited.
Thank you for being here. Yeah,
Oh,
appreciate
pleasure.
your
Oh,
time.
thank you. Thanks so much. Bye bye.
Bye
Peace.
bye.
Oh yeah.
Good
Well,
show.
peace, love, and whipsy. Stay safe out in the metaverse streets and
Peace, love, and
hold all these
whipsy.
vibes.
Hold the vibe. Adiwa, guys. Oh my god,
Adiwa.
what a
See ya.
trip.
See ya.
See ya, see ya.